Okay. All should be good now, hopefully. Right, what was I even doing? Sometimes I remember to check what I was doing last time and to figure out what I should be doing before I start. Today is not such a day. Yeah, this big oil rig salvage semi-trailer. Something we could do. Nothing here. Bunch of stuff to White Valley, Mountain River. Mountain River. Assuming we'll be doing Mountain River next, I just want to see. Yeah, okay. Seems like you can get everything, if not most things, in the same map, which is nice. Should do this first because it's the smallest one. But yeah, anyway. First, and it's kind of a tall order to start with, I would like to do this just to get it over with. Road truck recommended, saddle high required. I might as well do it with this one, I guess. Saddle high equipped. I don't think there was much else. Still like this gearbox, but it's not essential. So, yeah. Get to it. I feel like the game looks better in a way that I can't really describe. Might just be because of the day-night setting. Oh. Slippery. Because I have long days. Maybe that changes the lighting slightly. I don't know, it was specifically in that spot just outside the garage that the reflections on the roads looked nicer than I remember. As always, I was thinking to play some ETS2. Maybe I will later or tomorrow. Wait, is that here? Yep. I started ATS as well in the course of the week. It's quite a bit more difficult. Specifically because of the, just the difference in tractor trucks. Much bigger turning radiuses. Bigger, as in longer trucks. It's very general, but I feel like ETS2, like when you do any job in ETS2, specifically quick jobs, because I haven't done anything for my own company yet. But the quick jobs are kind of like getting from the starting point to a highway is pretty easy usually. But on the highway you have to be more vigilant so you don't miss your exits and stuff. The highways themselves seem more complex in Europe, or Western Europe, because that's all I've seen so far. Whereas in ATS, the actual highway part is almost kind of boring because it's much more straight and just follow the road essentially until the town where you need to be. But specifically the manual, or the difficult skilled parking options tend to be more difficult. And also maneuvering in towns isn't as easy because the roads aren't always that wide. But the trucks behave so differently. I don't know. I did do the driving missions, Driver's Academy, whatever it's called. The first batch of lessons, the first 28, I think. But whereas in ETS I was able to do most of them in first person, I was not able to do pretty much any of them in first person in ATS. I know it's good practice It doesn't matter how long it takes to get through any of the courses. But I don't know. Just wanted to have it done. This is where we will need to take the big trailer. Just kind of scary. I don't really know if you can realistically take the detour, as in this path. That feels like a trap. It's been too long since I did this the first time. So yeah. Let's not assume the worst and just try to get it done. I think I would also like to do Cairn. If not later today, then tomorrow. More likely tomorrow. I recently finished the game on the normal difficulty, I suppose. But I would very much like to do it on free solo without any climbing hook thingies. So pretty much you have to do the whole mountain in one attempt. If you fall even once, it's game over. Okay. I have to say I'm a bit nervous. Yo. It's always so violent when you're not lined up perfectly. I will say the trailer is not as wide as I thought it was. It's still pretty darn wide. Wolf Grip. Strange name. I look a bit red. I treated myself to a new camera from the Logitech C270, which I had been using since since the beginning, so 2017-ish. 16 perhaps? No, must be 17. I only got my old PC in 2017. I'd say it looks a bit nicer, but it seems to be more sensitive to lighting conditions. There's a thing down there. Between the trees there's a car and what looks like must be an upgrade. Oh, interesting. Must remember that. Yeah, I feel like the old camera was kind of not so great. Like, either it was way too dark, but I feel like the automatic adjustments seem to work a bit better. Whereas this one, which is a C920S, I believe, I should know. It can look better, but all the automatic stuff kind of makes it look worse than the old one. Okay, wait, so... I'm gonna try as slowly as I can, and as soon as there's even a hint of leaning too far, I shall try to quickly winch, ideally to that lamppost, the first one ahead. Maybe I can reach now. Nope. That doesn't really help me. Slowly. Okay, now I would like to winch there just as a lifeline. I should take a screenshot. It's a bit late, I should have done it earlier. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I suppose. Come to think of it, I don't think I changed the thumbnails on the previous stream yet. There is Slack, so I should be able to release. And maybe... No. The one at the back can't reach. Okay. Easier than expected. I really forget what my experience was the first time on my old PlayStation save. All I remember is I did use the P16 for this mission. So either, if I don't remember, that can only mean that either nothing bad happened and it was as easy as it is now, or it was a complete catastrophe and I just blocked it from my memory. Should be good for fuel. I guess we're gonna be at least like, or no, phrasing. I'd say by the time we get through the big mud pit ahead, we'll be down to a third fuel at best. Maybe a quarter. Which should be enough, because the rest is just paved roads. Usually I get a bit congested after I've been streaming for a few hours. Now it's only been less than half an hour and it's already happening. And, you know, just predictions for the weekend. This one, like this current stream, is probably gonna be till 4, 5-ish. So at least another 3 hours. Then we need to go grocery shopping. I should be able to stream a bit more after dinner, so, you know, between 7 and 11 CET, Brussels time. No. Why would I switch gears? Tomorrow, probably the same deal. 1 or 2 streams at the usual times. But most likely there's not gonna be a stream on Sunday because we're visiting my dad in the afternoon, so yeah. Unless I would start well before lunch, in the morning pretty much. I don't think there'd be time before, so if anything it's gonna be after dinner. Okay. This is slow, but we're not getting stuck at least. So, Jay, if you're watching this now or after the stream has ended, it was the right call to use the cat for this. If I can help it, I'd prefer not to clip that sign. More importantly, I'd like to turn in front of the telephone posts. Yo, what happened? Jesus. I'm not paying attention for 5 seconds and the whole thing is pretty much on its side. And we did not clip the sign. Nice. Wait. Because at this rate we're gonna end up with the trailer on top of the guardrail. Okay. Can try high gear, I guess. And it was pretty much spot on with the fuel because we're down to 1/3. Ad coming up on Twitch. Still don't know for sure if you as a viewer see the same thing as what I'm seeing. I am just seeing the Twitch chat as you see it, so it should be the same, like the green countdown thingy. Also, since I was talking about Cairn, before I try the free solo attempts, I should probably try to get 100% first. I'm still missing a dozen or so achievements, none of which are related to free solo. It's just various things I missed. Yo. Bit of a tight squeeze. Whoops. A bit too close for comfort. Sweet. Not a lot of money. Would be kind of fun if there was an upgrade way out there on the pier. But there ain't. Okay, next thing before I forget. I will take... Oh. And the Hummer must still be in Mountain River. Or in White Valley, yeah. So we'll leave this here because we can use it to scout the towers. Maybe I'll do that after what I'm gonna do now. Which is... take this scout. Recover. And then try to get to... Where was it? Here, I think? And I suppose I'll want to go through here. Not through the big swamp. It's hard to say if it'll be that much faster, but if anything, this way we'll have a more continuous speed. And even though it's not on paved roads this way, you know, paved roads are not always better. Plus this is just a bit more fun to drive. A bit of mild off-roading. Whoa. What happened there? I can tell you what happened. Not being in the middle with deep road, deep mud in the middle. This fallen tree isn't really helping much. Excuse the lack of commentary. Some days It comes very easily. Other days I feel like I have nothing to talk about. Nothing interesting anyway. I could talk about our moving plans. Wait, was it this way? Yeah. Or the lack of moving plans. We did buy an apartment. Currently waiting for the final thing to be signed, which will happen in July. Normally was planned for the end of this month. But yeah, some not so great communication with between us and the seller. And from what we heard, also between the seller and her notary. But yeah, as it stands, we'll sign in July so we can start moving in August. Which means we have to start packing this month, and especially in July. Start clearing stuff out. Probably at least a few trips to the, whatever you call it in English, recycling park. A lot of stuff to get rid of, maybe some stuff to sell, although it's not the best time to sell things because then you have to wait for someone to buy it. So you might as well move it and sell it after you move. Starting to think this was in fact slower than going along the main road and through the swamp place. It's not so bad. Okay, but now we'll have to see where I need to leave the road. I think I just have to go straight down where the very sideways bit of road was. I did start earlier than sorry, that was my foot. I mean my ankle that cracked. I did start sooner than usual, so oh no, wait. There's something down here. I don't know. It must be the same thing, right? Yeah, okay. So I just put the marker in the wrong spot. What is this? Raised suspension. Or nice for the Hummer. A tiny bit unfortunate. Because the Hummer isn't here currently. Yeah. Mountain delivery. Or oil barrels to somewhere in Mountain River. I don't know. I think I'm gonna scout White Valley just a bit. There is a garage here, which is good. I don't know if there's gonna be one in Pedro Bay. I think someone said last time there isn't. It's just these two. Okay. Oh, and this goes to Northport. Interesting that they're so close together. Kind of wondering if the raised suspension is worth it on the Hummer. Because if I keep using the bespoke tires, you know, that won't matter much. Small pipe concrete blocks. Yeah, maybe the raised suspension is only really useful if you put bigger tires on a truck. Okay, this tower seems the closest. It is the closest. Let's do that one first and just move down, perhaps, and then back up this way for the other two. I only just noticed that the Hummer doesn't have diff locks. Wait, is this dumb? Just plunging in? No, it's fine. But where do I need to go up? Looks like this way and then some side path. Bit of first person. Not really. Gonna be further around, I assume. Maybe I could make it up here, but not really worth it, I think. Good to know the timed messages are working for now. Was having some trouble with them because previously they would only fire once, all at the same time, and then never again for the rest of the stream. Ideally, I wanted to set them up so they only fire after a certain number of lines in chat, which is how I like to set up most, if not all, timed messages. But for whatever reason, I forget specifically, that didn't really work. Might change the color on the Hummer, I don't know. Kind of over the pink. I am gonna have to go there, aren't I? All along that... whatever you call this. There is what looks like a Scout 800 here. But yeah, just follow the path up here. That should go straight to the tower. Yep. Quite a nice drive. Don't try to take any shortcuts, just follow the path. Shortcuts are rarely a good idea in this game, unless they're the only way. Okay, sweet. Are there any upgrades? No, doesn't look like it. Search and rescue. I'm thinking if I should go there now just to add that task to the list, or if I should go there in the truck with which I intend to do the task, assuming you have to take this scout somewhere else, probably here. Oh, but I don't have to go there. I can just accept the task here. And then Yeah, just follow this coastal path. Down to the next tower. Whoops. I do like Alaska. I wish I could remember more of Tamir. I think Tamir also had some nice locations. But there's something about snowy mountains. Okay, this is very stupid, but or not. I was convinced I would smash my nose. Okay, we can refuel here. It's rather convenient. Delivered to parking Scout 800. Yeah, so this one doesn't seem too bad. I mean, I'm not sure which truck I would want to use for this. Maybe the cats. Maybe that's too obvious. Reload everything. Refuel, rather. Okay. Set a marker just to get a vague idea where I need to go. But for the most part, it's just along this path, which I thought was going to be a mud path. But it's a paved road. Oh jeez, I just had lunch. Not even a heavy lunch. Just sandwiches. My stomach is still a-growling just a bit. Yeah, this is a road where you'd want to have chains for any kind of heavy hauling. Though it's pretty flat, so maybe you could get by with just off-road tires. Okay, this was not so bad. Not bad at all, even. I still don't know if you have to launch the observation to uncover everything. Nope. That was accidental. Oh. Well. We just drove by this. Yeah, just the one upgrade. Long bridge. That's gonna be something we want to do ASAP. Do you say ASAP or ASAP? I'm not sure. In Dutch you would say it as a word. ASAP. I feel like in English, or I've heard more people in English say it ASAP. But it's probably 50-50. Yeah, I look really sunburned. I'm as pasty as ever. I didn't set a marker on the upgrade, but it should be visible from the road. The question is, maybe you can't get off the road where the upgrade is. Okay, yeah, that's ice. No. Come on. What are you doing? There. I like that they made map markers snap to existing markers. From memory, in the past, that wasn't like that. You had to be either really precise or, you know, they didn't snap to markers as they do now. Raised. Is this gonna be for the twin steer, perhaps? Nope. Paystar 5070. Which I don't have. Apologies, I have to take a minute to blow my nose because it's getting a bit worse. did something, but I didn't do it properly. Wait, this. Still here, just fixing something. Yeah, okay. I figured it doesn't really make sense to have the horizontal chat on screen when there's no one chatting, it's just the bot messages. Okay. Deep river diving. Here, that's the thing we have to do. Looks like another Scout 800. Which we can activate here, right by the tower. So... I guess we can go back past the tower right along here because we can't cross the bridge yet. And then just try to find the way to the tower from there. Definitely need chains if I'm driving through here with cargo. But it'll depend on where it needs to come from and where it needs to go. So yeah. Maybe I should increase the timing for the timed messages. It's all in streamer bot. I think I set the time interval, whoops, to a random interval between 40 and 50 minutes. If that even checks out, because this one has played twice and it's only been an hour and 6 minutes. So maybe it's between 30 and 45 minutes, I don't know. Jesus Christ. I may have gotten myself into a pickle. Although, no. It's fine. This is pretty deep mud. I should really be paying more attention to the roads, like just to determine which paths may or may not be viable with certain trucks. Most likely we will have to go through here at least a few times. Yeah, and that looks pretty deep. I want to stick to the rocks. Because in that middle section I will actually sink. There's the tower. No, high gear doesn't really help much. Look at my pretty pink Hummer, all smudged. I feel like I'm setting myself up for various innuendos. Pink Hummer full of brown mud. Come on. I underestimated this specific bit. I don't really know where to drive because the middle of the path is very muddy, with pretty deep mud. But off the path it's snow, which I'm equally likely to get stuck in. I'm gonna risk cutting through here. Okay. What is that? Yeah. The one from the river. Probably should have gone up to the bridge just to add the long bridge task. Or even here. But yeah. Tower. Before I forget. Okay, that didn't add any new missions or stuff. Now I have to see. Because this bridge thing isn't really on the way. There's surely another bridge repair task here. I'm not sure where the garage is. Not gonna be this. Might be. Nah. No, that looks more like a sawmill or something. That's a fuel station. From memory, I think the garage is somewhere here by the airstrip. That does not look like a garage. Yeah, we'll head to the tower first. Then quick stop here. In fact, I might have to go back the way I came. So we do the tower here. Unless there is a way here, which is a bit of a risk. Wait, it's worth exploring, I think. I was gonna say tower here and then back to the long bridge. Back up the way we came. Then here to check out this other bridge. And then to the last tower. But we might just as well go to the tower and back up past the fuel station, which I might need by that time anyway. And then try and find a way through here. I really don't remember the state of these side roads. But we will find out. I really don't know what the stats are for the H2 tires. In theory, that was weird. In theory, they should be the best tires for this vehicle, generally. I don't know if they're the best in all situations. I think they were a bit better on ice than standard tires. But worse in deep mud and snow. Should have set a marker. Vaguely that direction. Hard to say which way I should go. I'm gonna take a guess that it's left, right. I'm not one of those people who constantly get their left and right confused. No disrespect to those people. It's just interesting. I always wonder what it's due to. Like, is it a lack of orientation, or just confusion? Pretty deep. I don't think I made a screenshot of the pink Hummer. Okay, here's the airstrip, which means that the garage should be just here. I know people like to have fun on the airstrip, just going full speed off the cliff there. Maybe it's not here after all. Pretty impressive ship. Why can't I talk? Impressive plane, rather. In fact, why don't I park in front of it for a nice heroic shot? Although my front is kind of wrecked. It's not a great angle. I think I know how I need to position myself. This does not matter at all, but I still want to do it. I think this is gonna look slightly better, not much. I have to do it right. This is how obsessions start. Yeah, I mean, still not really how I want it, but it'll have to do somehow. I want the plane like this, so I would need to put the car here, roughly. Yeah, okay. Sure. I've spent way too long here already. Onwards. Look like a trailer store, but it's not. Yeah, just straight ahead and then in there. I think. Could this be the garage? Really hard to say. That sign just fell over on its own. It looks like I'm getting further away from it, but I'm sure there's gonna be a path. Does it say garage on this sign, perhaps? No. No random upgrades or tasks. Just a whole lot of mods. And the trail is gone. Is that a BB King song? Or was it originally by someone else? The thrill is gone, of course. Might be James Brown. I'm sure I've seen videos of BB King playing it. Okay. Upgrade. Another upgrade. One here, one there. Ah, okay, and that's the garage. Okay, okay. Get this one first. Then this one. Then we can cut through to the garage. Question is, how do you get there? It's back down. Yeah, back down the path the way we came along this pond. I'll say the Hummer is pretty capable. In my memory it was fine, but not the best scout by any means. Which I suppose it still isn't. But all scouts suffer in comparison to the Lodestar and the F-750, in my opinion. Yep, ZCM dot. If you are asleep, then how are you typing? Are you sleep chatting? How can I be this stuck here? Oh, was that? Yeah. That rooty tree stump. But welcome. I hope you're well. Damn it. I didn't see what truck this was for. I'm not even sure what it said. We'll find out soon enough. Okay, and then back to the path. This way. Apologies. Should have muted the mic, but there was a sudden loud scooter outside. Please don't get stuck on the same thing twice. Okay. Speaking of noise outside, I think we might be out of the woods in terms of that big construction across the street, because they were, I've mentioned this before several times, but since January last year, in January last year, they started tearing down the old school building just across the street. I think since last summer they were working to build the new school building. And just a week ago, maybe 2 weeks by now, they finished the main construction. They took down the giant crane. And ever since then, I think that was last Saturday, perhaps. Yeah, must have been. So since last Saturday, there hasn't been much going on here at all. So maybe like, the noise might be over for now. I still need to do the interior, so yeah. This is kind of awkward. I have no choice but to wreck these poor people's fence. Trying to find the winch point. That one. Come on. Okay. Raised suspension. Could this be the White Western? No, the twin steer. Nope. Freightliner 114 SD. Which I also don't have. Okay. We'll head to the garage. Check out this thing, which is the same as this thing. Which must be just getting this fuel tanker out of here somewhere else. Then I'm not sure what order to do this in because I need to check out this bridge. I'd like to... Well, I don't need to, I suppose, but... I don't know if I'd have to uncover this fuel station. I'd say no. I think we can just check out this, uncover the garage officially. Then go here. No. This garage, then back the way we came, past the bridge. Go here, add this task. Go to the bridge, add this task, which I assume will be a task. And then we can move along here to the tower. I think that's not the worst plan. I can get out of here. We already broke one fence, so we might as well break this one as well. Vandalism logic. Pretty deep snow. Not blue snow though. Blue snow is kind of the worst thing in the whole game. I think it's the deepest kind of snow or mud. Come on. I hope this fence is gonna break. If it's solid, we might have trouble. No. Try not to launch into space because of weird physics. Kind of fixed itself in a way. Okay. Whoops. That mission marker was somewhere here. Doesn't anyone take care of the roads in this trailer park town? Okay. This, what is it? Delivered to parking. Yep, so just this big fuel tanker. It's a very short distance, which leads me to believe it's going to be difficult to get it out of this short stretch. Whoops. I was actively trying to balance and not fall over. Okay. We did find a raised suspension. Might as well try it at least. I don't think there are bigger H2 tires, no. These are excellent, excellent, good. These are average, excellent, good. The mud tires are poor, excellent, excellent. Which begs the question, which ones are actually preferable? 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 I'd say the H2s, probably. Oh. Okay. I assumed the Hummer can't have diff locks, but I just haven't found them yet. Yeah, but I was gonna change color. To this rather fetching can't decide. Yellow is kind of a classic color for Hummers, in my opinion. Or orange. Yeah, let's go orange. Right. So from here... Yeah, we need to go there. All the way up to oil rig service site. And we can check out this, which is the same as this. Then the other bridge. And then the last tower. Kind of feel like I should have chosen white, and that is not the correct way. I was debating some shade of blue, since, you know, color matching and everything. Blue just tends to look rather nice in snowy environments. But there wasn't a nice blue, like the ratio between black and color was different. I don't even know what I'm saying right now. Okay, through here. Yeah, let's not be stupid and just skirt all the way around. Over the rocks. Follow the tire tracks I made earlier. Nobody panic. I was just a second too late to fully salvage the situation, but you know. Bit of an unusual line there, but I think it was the right call. Okay. This is the perfect place to sink. Again, just follow the old tire tracks. Kind of. I'm turning more and more red as the stream progresses. And it's not because of heat or, you know, bodily factors. It's purely because of the lighting. My wife does have some studio lights, which she said I could use. But I'll have to find them first, and even if I find them, I mean, even when I find them, I'll probably need some of her assistance to set them up correctly. It's mostly temporary anyway, because we're moving in 2 months. But 2 months is still a long time, especially if I stream 4 to 6 times per weekend, including Fridays. I never work on Fridays, so my weekend is Friday to Sunday. I had the choice when I started working for my current employer if I wanted to work full-time or 80%. And it's always been 80% from the beginning. Sometimes I wonder if I should... It doesn't happen often, but when we're in a bit more of a precarious financial situation for whatever reason, there are unexpected expenses, I do wonder if I should switch to full-time. So far I haven't, and I'm very happy I don't have to work full-time. This was not the way, was it? No. But there isn't really a way in from this side. But yeah. Even though I have at times considered switching full-time, I'm always happy not too long after that I didn't. Because it's just...
I'm excited.
Yo, thank you for the follow. Phoenix Reborn from Denmark, I assume. Had to follow to say hi. Wait. That doesn't really sound correct. I don't have follower-only streams. Oh, really? That is not at all how it should be. The question is, how can I change that? Surely it should be easy to switch. That would explain why generally I tend to get more chat on YouTube than on Twitch. Modernization settings. Apologies that I'm fixing this on stream, but it's kind of important. Sub-only chat is for sure off. Follower-only mode off. Okay, thank you for letting me know. It must have been like that by default, because it was set to 0 minutes any followers, which I never set up like that. Now it's off, so yeah, thanks again. I apologize. Am I new to SnowRunner? No. I have like 500, no. Hard to say from memory. I'm inclined to check now in the PSN app to make sure. I have at least 500 hours-ish on PlayStation. It should say in my app, and I'm too curious to know, because I don't know why, it's just fun to know how many hours you have logged in some games. SnowRunner, 410 hours. Game progress, 50%. So yeah, this is exactly that. Starting over on Steam, purely for the sake of streaming. If I recall correctly, it was... wait, perhaps now I should turn on the fancier chat thingy, now that there's some more chat happening instead of just bot messages. What was I saying? Yeah, just did Michigan in, I think, 23 streams, which roughly would equate to 60 to 80 hours, I guess. So still quite a while. Like, that's more than I spent on some full games. What is this? Spare parts. What about you? You know, what has your SnowRunner experience been like, if you've played it at all? On PlayStation, currently I'm in Wisconsin. Making kind of slow progress because I don't play as much as I used to. Even then, it's kind of unlikely that my Steam save will catch up to the PlayStation save, because I'm only in Alaska here. Wisconsin on PlayStation, so that's Tamir, Kola Peninsula, and Yukon still to go before I even catch up. Epic says 250 hours. That's a very respectable amount, I'd say. I did kind of plan to maybe not replay all the maps fully on Steam. Wait. Probably in here. Because, yeah. I will play through the whole base game again in the the Steam save. But as for Kola and Yukon, there's a very good chance that in this save I will just do the towers, find the upgrades, and whatever trucks there are lying around. Oh. Okay. but I won't actually do much of the missions. Looking for people I could join in on a bit. Browser just crashed. Hope all is well now. Well, yeah, if you were going to ask if I could join or if you could join me, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to decline because I don't really play multiplayer. I just never... Okay. I never got into it, and I don't know, this feels like kind of a risk. Playing with other people, especially during a stream. So I just politely decline. Oh, okay. This way. Don't have to be in VC. What do you mean by VC? You mean BC? The map? Or voice call? I'm exposing myself as a not very internet cultured person. Yeah, I appreciate the understanding attitude. I've never had people really insist on me playing with them. But yeah, I do feel a bit guilty just declining all these offers. It's just something I'm more inclined to do outside of streams, if I would even do it at all. Why? Why do I feel guilty, or why do people insist? Guilty? I don't know. We could get all psychological about being kind of a people pleaser in general, which I'm not even sure I am, but it is a factor. Maybe it's also a confrontational thing, that I'm very conflict avoiding. So yeah. It's my curse. It's very dramatic, but I know many people are very much into playing stuff with other people and meeting new people online through multiplayer stuff. I was never much of a multiplayer player. Unless it's like Rocket League or something, or... Browser crashed again. Do some troubleshoot. Okay. Hope you can figure it out. It was nice having you. Thank you again for making me aware of the less than ideal follower only situation. Phoenix out. Goodbye. Right, so just up here wasn't so bad. I was kind of worried I'd have to fix that pipeline first before I could even get to the tower. Luckily, that is not the case. Pluck the stuck truck. Just the one task. Which means no more upgrades here. Unless there are ones that aren't shown by unlocking towers. What is this even? Looks like a Chevy. Where is that? Oh, okay. Stop the road. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about how I tackle the various maps, i.e. Mountain River and White Valley. I could try to go to Pedro Bay already and do all the scouting there. Maybe that's not such a bad idea. But yeah, we just have to go back out the way we came. Did I install the raised suspension? I'm pretty sure I did. So far it hasn't led to incidents, because, you know, depending on the truck, sometimes raised suspension is not always the best choice. Thinking specifically of the Fleet Star, which is notoriously tippy. Turning ever more red. I mean, could try to turn off this light. No, that's even worse. I guess it's the lights in the room. They're a bit, I mean, not a bit, they're very warm in tint. Maybe I don't even need to have them on right now. I guess on the one hand it might be nice to do all the scouting today. But I would also like to do some actual jobs. If only those two bridges, which should be fairly easy. It's just, well, I was gonna say it's just a matter of getting trucks out here. But there is a garage. So yeah. I will just go check out that task, whatever it was called. Stock truck pluck, I think. Pluck the stock truck. It's a bit of a tongue twister. Completely lost my train of thought. We'll go collect that task and then I will try to fix those bridges. Maybe a good time to use the Kodiak for once. Because this bridge we have tracked now just needs 2 spare parts. Other one was 2 wood planks, which I'm not sure I can get here, but I think I might. Was it this way? Yeah. I don't know how much of it is just experience, but both in my first playthrough and now in this one, I crash into handrails way too often. I always feel like Alaska moves very fast. Or rather, you move through Alaska very fast. Dairy Longhorn. Sweet. Okay. Not much left to do here in terms of scouting. If anything. I am thinking if maybe I should... No. I will not. I was gonna check out the gate to Pedro Bay at least to see if it was even open. There's a chance you need to do some stuff to even be able to go to Pedro Bay. But for the sake of doing something else than just scouting, head to the garage. White Western Star, Kodiak, probably. Still haven't used the twin steer. Yeah, let's check the Kodiak. Off-road gearbox, the better engine, race suspension, road tires, which I might want to change the chains depending on where we need to go. Advanced medium winch, sell these 2. Difflocks, we have all-wheel drive, snorkel. And yeah, just flatbed, I reckon. We don't have as much money as I would have liked. I'm really honest. And I need a sip. Okay. First, whichever of the bridges is easiest. This is to service parts from here. That's easy enough. Likely safer with chains because this is all paved roads. But it should be fine, I think. And then the long bridge. First 2 wood planks from here. But yeah, if we fix this bridge... Does this have an infinite amount of wood planks? Yeah. We can fix this bridge, then we can cross over, pick up the planks here, fix that bridge. Dare I say, deceptively easy. Call me crazy, but I feel like the Kodiak looks shorter than I remember. I'm assuming that's not even possible. Okay. It can really turn on a dime. I don't know how much of that was assisted by just slipping on ice. It's a very nimble truck. 2 of those. Try not to slip and crash. Don't text and drive as I'm about to do. Really have a sneaking suspicion there are more upgrades. It's not ones that are marked on the map. Okay, fuel station just to mark it. What is this? Good thing I checked. Delivered to what parking? We have truck from here to there. Surely that can't be that difficult. The very... Didn't see that. It's a very dangerous thing to say. Never assume things will be easy. And then restore. Doesn't need much, just 150-ish. Repair parts, 80 fuel. Okay. Sweet. In my opinion, fixing bridges might be one of the more satisfying things you can do. I don't know why, it's just the knowledge that you're making the map in general more easy to navigate. It's just nice. Okay. You might be able to make it through those trees. Not much point because this is easier to get to. Tell you what, it's going to be difficult to choose thumbnail. If I remember to take a screenshot of the Kodiak in action, that will be a contender because it's the first time we're using it. But the big oil drill trailer we did right at the beginning is probably the more impressive task we've done. Not a task, it's a contract, but you know. But most of the stream we've just been scouting in the pink/orange Hummer. Okay. Two wood planks. Just down the road to the bridge. Oh, damn it. Yeah, I have to go back out the way I came in because I forgot there isn't a passage through here. Oh, is that? Yeah, that's another one of those big trailers. I'm not sure where that's gonna have to go. I'm guessing it will have to go to the port, just like the first one. Which is gonna be a rather long journey, I guess. All the way up this map. Kind of a short stretch across Mountain River. Although no, wait. Getting confused. We are here. Yeah, there is a gate straight to Northport, of course, but it's still blocked. So that should be the next thing we do, really. Small pipes, concrete blocks. Concrete blocks from here. Small pipe from here. But I'd be very surprised there isn't a pickup point for oh, right. Track this for a sec. No, not that. Blocked tunnel. Yeah, you can get small pipes from here as well, which is a much easier way to go. All you need is chains. So this is a steep uphill on iced roads. This is all road, the White Valley. And then you end up here and just need to go there. That is definitely a pitfall for newer players, I'd say. Not only focusing on the map you're in, because then you spend hours trying to navigate difficult roads when there are much easier ways to go if you travel between maps. Whoops. Yeah. Through here. I could have tried to just go down the small hill there and along the outside of the factory, but that was easy in a scout, not necessarily easy in a truck with cargo. Start tracking. Cargo management. Stage complete. And then yeah, same deal. It's back all the way around to the service hub. But then we can deliver them here on the other side. What is that though? Oh. Okay. I don't see a reason not to use these. They're there anyway, might as well use them. If I don't use them now and I end up not using them at all for any other job, I'm just gonna have to delete them when I sell all the trailers. Whoa. That's rather impressive. Yeah, sure. I'm gonna need to take a break for a snack soon. My stomach is very much empty. Okay, sweet. That's that. I might want to go sell that trailer now because it's unlikely I'll use it for anything else. And there is that scout in the river. How can you get down there even? Could maybe try to go down here somewhere and just along the shore. I really don't know. Or yeah, probably best through here. Choice of truck will matter. Whoops. Okay, just gonna sell this trailer and then take a few minute break. We should still have 1 or 2 muffins left over. Grey Sergi. Might not be saying that right. I don't speak Russian, so I have no idea what you just said, but welcome. Might as well, oops. Nope, might as well recover. Yeah, I'll be back in a few minutes. 5 minutes tops. Okay. I turned off the light in the room. I think that did make it worse, but yeah. We'll just call it cozy lighting, I guess. What shall we do next? Kind of want to try this, because I really don't see how it can be that difficult. We will have to use the Royal, most likely. It reminds me, we found raised suspension for this one. And this one, for that matter. Just a quick comparison. This can have all-wheel drive and diff locks. We already have the raised suspension, 300 fuel capacity, and pretty good fuel consumption. This is only 240. A bit more durable, a bit less fuel efficient. Again, all-wheel drive diff locks. Yeah, I don't know. I know I like the Freightliner. I've never properly used the 5070. So I don't know which one I should get. Not that it matters, because we can't afford either by any stretch. Let's go get the Royal, which currently has a sideboard semi, I believe. Yeah. Flatbed trailer, log trailer. Yeah, I mean, might as well do it properly and just leave this trailer by the garage and not just randomly out in the wilderness. $1,000 fine for littering enforced. I mean, it's a good thing. Pretty hefty fine. Oops. Jesus Christ. No flats, just a lot of suspension damage. Yeah, if I can somewhat elegantly plonk this trailer somewhere. Such as underneath that awning. No, terrible. It's very possible I might have gotten some ETS/ATS muscle memory when it comes to semi-trailer maneuvering. It is very similar, but it's all a bit different from game to game. Retain back to White Valley. Kind of bugging me that I missed an upgrade. Like, I found an upgrade, but I wasn't paying attention, and I didn't see what it actually was. I think the only way I will ever know what it was is when I randomly figure out that I have something, like some upgrade, which I know I didn't have before. But yeah. Again, let's not assume the worst. Assuming I can even get through here, because it looks a bit... Oh no, okay, it's not where we need to go. I did consider the Cat 745C, but we can't use that for this one because it's low saddle. I mean, we need low saddle. This one. I don't think I've ever used the mirrors. I don't play much in first person anyway, except when it's just casual scouting. Yeah, this is gonna be rather tricky. I didn't check, but I know maybe last stream or in a recent stream I realized I don't have raised suspension yet. I think I still don't. I still need to find it. Let's try to winch in reverse to there. Pardon my noises. I just stuck 2 chocolate chip muffins down my throat. Pretty good considering they're just cheap little muffins. As in from the store, little, not small. Okay, try not to be too brash. Please don't fall over before I've hitched. Okay. And then forward should be just as easy, in theory. But of course it's not. Yeah, I should have stuck more to the rocks. No diff locks, but we can make it work. No, 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 no. Yes. It seems so obvious which winch point you want, but still the game just insists that you use ones that are way off to the side. This one, please. Okay, it is pretty difficult. Please don't sink to one side suddenly. It's not good for my heart. Yeah, that one. That should have been the most difficult part. Let's not count our eggs. Why is that task even called Trucks and Investigations? That's some kind of obscure reference that I don't get. Very often they're just kind of lame puns, the mission names. Is it Tricks and Investigations? That doesn't make sense either, so... Okay. Trail is pretty unremarkable. No VIN number, no nothing. Only way we'll catch these thieves is red-handed, and I don't have the manpower to police the whole pipeline. Okay. What is Pluck, the stock truck? Alright, that's the dairy. I guess since we're here with the Royal, we might as well try to do as many of the tasks in this map as I can before we do the blocked tunnel. I'm not sure how I would do the dairy. It's hard to estimate the power I would need for that. Definitely ice tires, aka chains. Which rules out the P16. Also rules out the cat. So what would you use? Twin steer, perhaps? Seems like a weird choice for this kind of task. But that is the most powerful truck I have, even though... yeah, I don't have the all-wheel drive for it yet, I think. So that leaves just normal trucks, like White Western, Royal... yeah, left I think. Let's try and do this one. Thinking if there's a way to do it all in one trip so I don't need to switch trucks. But then I would have to have the van body, I think. Let me check. No, van body doesn't have fuel. I always forget. Or just the Scout, but Scout might not be able to get the Chevy out. Maintenance, it's a bit bulky. I know for sure. Wait. Because we need 80 fuel, which the Hummer does have. 40 here, 40 here. And then 148 repair parts. I mean, might as well try, I guess. We'll have to recover anyway, although no. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. We can recover. If we fix the Chevrolet first, we can also turn it on to make the winching part easier. Yeah, we can approach from this side but then go out the other way. I mean, the same direction essentially. It's pretty slow. have to turn on the lights anyway. It was kind of bright outside. Now it's a bit more overcast and raining. Thus darker inside. I can't express how much I'm looking forward to being moved to the new place. Where I can have my own room for all my music stuff, my desk, my recording slash stream space, which isn't also a bedroom. I am kinda stuck. But what am I stuck on? Rear wheels are not moving, the front wheels are. Diff locks would fix the problem. Just tiny, no, not reverse. Tiny jerks. Come on. We should not drag the Chevy through here. Or we should have put mud tires on the Hummer. Yeah, I'm gonna have to turn on the light as soon as we get to the Chevy. It's a bit unacceptably dark. Yeah, just break all these trees. It'll never not be a tiny bit funny when they just sink into the earth. Okay. Reverse. Let's fix it first. Yeah. Doesn't need to be fully filled up. Let's leave it 20 for ourselves. And then all the repair parts except 2. Okay, I was gonna turn on the light. I forgot. Didn't really help all that much. It's a bit less dark, I guess. Less gloomy. What is happening? Can I really not? Yeah, no. Sure, we'll use the winched truck to push the winching truck up the icy hill. Not a hill, icy slope. Probably not through here. Should be good. Struggling a bit, but there is constant progress. I think if the Hummer was just a bit more capable, I would use it for much longer, but yeah, but definitely in Tamir I won't be using it because I only use regional trucks. Russian only. I mean, in Russian maps, only Russian trucks. I didn't technically need to stop for fuel, but I guess I am. I'm gonna turn off the horizontal chat because it's full of bot messages again, which is just not very interesting. There's a good chance I will get rid of it altogether. Because as fun as it might be to watch things scroll across the screen, I'm not entirely convinced it's all that useful. I will keep the pop-up thing for, you know, when a message is received, it shows on screen for a certain time. But generally I prefer to have as empty of a screen as I can. Oh, right. I didn't consider that the Chevy is also using fuel now, so we have to fill it up again. Okay. Which is easy enough. Yep. We have front bumpers. That's very... I'd say that's a bit excessive. This one is rather stylish, I'd say. But I don't want to spend a grand something like this. The extra lights are useful, but you know. Tall beacon slant back trunk kit. quite like that actually. But it's an even bigger of an expense or an even more useless visual thing. Because at least the bumper has the lights. This has nothing except a more sleek look. Do like sun visors. I don't know. That's the dairy. What is this again? Oh, right. Off-road truck recommended. I'm not gonna question that, so even though it looks like you might be able to do it with a Scout, let's not be too brave and just use the Royal, I guess. This road is a bit icy. I think it should still be fine. Yeah, this one, no add-ons required, I think. Shouldn't be, unless you want to use the towing platform, which I never really use. This would be a good occasion to try it, I suppose, but I don't know. Yeah, we can go along the normal road, then left in here. Left. Is there a reason why you would want to go this way? Not really sure. Cubic X0. Morning. Hello, how are you? What is up? Apologies that you caught me at a bad time, taking way too long to plan out a relatively simple mission. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Alaska is coming along rather nicely. Yeah. I knew that was an option. I know these roads are very icy. I should have had all-wheel drive on to begin with. Are you a SnowRunner yourself? If so, how far along are you, if I may ask? Do you have all the seasons? How far along are you generally? Just curious. 1,000 hours. I checked earlier because I wasn't sure how much I had. On PlayStation, I have 410. So you're well past double that. On Steam, I'd have to check, but I'd say maybe 100. We don't have any flats yet, that's good. Despite the rather awful crash. Yeah. Still no flats, although I suspect we might be close to getting a flat. I drove through here earlier with a scout and I specifically said you might want to use chains on these roads because they are very slippery. I didn't heed my own advice. So with 1,000 hours, does that mean you've played through all the available seasons, or you're, at least you're working your way through the most recent ones? Or is that a false assumption? Or do you like to just start over and try different strategies? I haven't seen any regions after Wisconsin. That's where I am on PlayStation currently. There is a chance my Steam save, which I use exclusively for streaming, will catch up to my PlayStation save, depending on how much I play on either. But I do plan to not play all maps. Yeah, need to reverse, of course. I will fully complete the base game maps, so Alaska still to go, and then Tamir. But then, as for Kola and Yukon and probably Wisconsin, there's a very good chance I'll just collect all the stuff, all the upgrades, all the trucks, but I won't do much actual, I won't do many actual missions there. 100% on all base regions, season 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 14. That's kind of a specific selection. I'm trying to remember. I guess that's Kola, Yukon, Wisconsin, Armor, and the one after Armor, which I don't know what that is. How come you chose those specifically? Dawn, right? So what about 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 13? Just not appealing, or as a European, I can kind of understand. I forget which maps are European, which DLCs rather. But I'm kind of curious about the European maps, but I'm also kind of set on completing them, or at least playing them in order. I don't even know for sure which region is the first European one. I want to say... I'm getting confused with Euro Truck Sim 2 DLCs. Is Scandinavia a SnowRunner season? I know Austria is. I know there are Scandinavian maps. I don't know exactly what the DLC is called. Oh, nice. Rank 24. Bought those later. Okay. I choose to believe there's not going to be anything here, because it looks like you could go there. Probably nothing. Same for this. Like, I have vague memories that there is something here, but I think that was in a different map altogether. There was like a kind of off the map place where you could go and there was stuff to be found there. I don't know. Right, so we can do this to get the dairy. I'm not really sure. It looks like you could just winch it straight up here if you have chains. Yo, Stank Up, how are you? When you think about it, the first EU region is season 11 Scandinavia. Yeah, that is late. One can only guess what the thought process behind it was to have so many non-European regions. Then again, Europe maybe isn't the most extreme place in terms of terrain, although I say that. I just live in a pretty non-extreme country. I'm sure if you go to Eastern Europe or wherever, and especially Scandinavia, things can get pretty rough. Extreme off-roading is probably more of an American and Russian thing, yeah. Stereotypically, at least. I don't really know, like... I don't know many people, let alone many off-road people. Wait, what do I want to do? This thing I'm not sure how to approach. I think it could work with the Royal. I remember doing it with the 745C the first time on PlayStation. I vaguely remember having kind of a difficult time with it. So maybe the Royal is the better shot. I don't know how to pronounce that. G-Do. Hello, welcome. On the same map, lost all progress, save file was corrupted, so started over. Well, that's a bummer. My condolences. And thank you for the follow. There was no alert. I can only guess that's because most people tend to have their YouTube subs private, knowingly or accidentally. But thank you, I appreciate it. Next season that releases in a few weeks is in Mexico. I don't think I knew that. I'm very much not up to date with news about any game. Let me just put this on again. I am thinking to change to a different chat overlay thing, because it kind of bothers me that you can't read full messages. But that's the price. I mean, that's the compromise, I guess. Otherwise, one message would take up the whole width of the screen. I'm thinking this is very not game related, but I think I want to have some kind of thing, widget overlay where full messages stay on screen up to 3 at a time or so, but then they still disappear after a while. Anyway, yeah, I mean, might as well try this. So follow the roads, right past here, right again, and then through there. I'm genuinely curious how that's gonna go, because I only had a brief look at that river fords crossing, whatever, under the bridge. This road has taken quite a toll on the truck, as you might be able to tell from the circles at the bottom. Big hit on the engine, big hits on the suspension, definitely also the wheels. Just wanna see. Show damage. Yeah, 20 out of 50. Although it's not so bad. I thought it was worse. Just the front left wheel. So, I wish I knew how to pronounce the name. Is it Jido, Jido, Gido? Did you have the willpower to start over? I mean, you said you did have... I can't multitask. You said you did start over. I feel like I didn't read the message correctly. On the same map, lost all progress. Okay. So where were you when your game got wrecked? Thai rhymes with Jai. I forget if I finished my sentence. Ish memory. Yes, not long started over. So you weren't very far along. I feel like I'm being very slow and not understanding a message that is clear. From my point of view, if I would lose progress now on my PlayStation save, which is in Wisconsin, it's hard to say if I would have the mental capacity to start over. I probably would, just because it's, you know, it's a game you keep coming back to. Didn't lose much, okay. And yeah, Stenka. Mexico does sound like fun. I'll have to check out some information. I assume there aren't any clips or like trailers or anything. I'm curious what it would look like. But it's nice to have some kind of desert region. I should have reversed. Something I often wonder during these streams is if any people in chat are truckers in real life or off-roaders in real life. I hope this tree is gonna break. Yes. Oh, an ad just started on Twitch. Pulling the Hummer out of the drink. Alright, yep. By the pipeline. Did you go over the rocks and across the water? Or just over land along the pipeline? Because I'm not sure what the game expects you to do there. It seems kind of obvious that you would go across the water. But I never do. I just go through the snow. Yes, was fun. Okay. As long as it's fun. Things can very quickly become not fun, like when you lose your game. This wasn't so bad. Potentially this is the one task you don't want to use the 745C for. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe it was just user error. But I remember smashing the cat on the rocks there in the river. I'm sure there was some drownage involved. That sounds awful. Smashing and drowning a cat in a river. I mean the cat truck, of course. Did you know you could keep the Hummer after delivering? Oh yeah, yeah. It's kind of a good one. It's not the best scout, in my opinion, but I do use it quite a bit. Comes with some cool bespoke tires. They're kind of interesting. Interesting is maybe the wrong word, but you know. I like when trucks have their own specific tires. Like the P16 and the ANKs with their mud tires. Six-wheeler Razvani Hercules. I'm guessing that's a DLC. Or perhaps a mod. I'm not familiar with that truck. Yeah, let's go through here. DLC, okay. I have the year 1 pass on Steam, at least. On PlayStation I have year 1, 2 and 3, I believe. Maybe just 1 and 2. But yeah, on this game I have only year 1. And it did not come with a Razvani truck, as far as I know. Okay. Unless I missed any tasks which I still have to find. These two are the last two in this map. So I would like to at least try and get this thing out. But how would you do this? Got it here in the garage. Yeah, I believe you. That's not the issue. But I've never had any standalone DLC vehicles. It's kind of weird. I feel like they should come in the year pass as well, but they don't. Before I do this the difficult way, wait, where does this need to go? Needs to go here to the garage. I want to at least try and get it out this way, although most likely I am gonna have to go through the river and out here somewhere. I think that's what I did the first time, but been too long. Yeah, I don't know. We'll never know if we don't try. So... Right, I still don't have the raised suspension. Chains are kind of specific. And I'm playing with 50% sell prices for everything, including add-ons. I don't know if that also includes tires and stuff. I assume it does. We don't have... Like, it's not like we're swimming in cash. But it would be cool if I could take it out the easy way. So yeah. What's a few grand? He's the actor, right? Few grand. Pretty Woman. Disclaimer, I'm not optimistic that this is gonna work. I just want to see if it can work. My guess is that we're just gonna lack the power and potentially still some grip to pull such a heavy truck out from a ditch. From an icy road. Trash in the roads. Oops. A bit squirrely. If plan A doesn't work, I think I'm still gonna try it through the river with the chains. I know I should probably put the off-road tires back on, but you know. Quite frankly, that's too much time. Oops. A little unintentional Scandinavian flick. Which is very inappropriate because we're not in Scandinavia. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's a very long shot. There's no way. I didn't... Oops. I didn't take into account how far down it is. Kind of assumed we would be able to reach it from the road. But this is never gonna work. Does it work at all? It does. Oh. Okay, okay. Ah, so close. I reckon the cat would be able to do this. Question is, can I be bothered to drive the cat down here? Ugh. Fine. I'll play it your way. But wait, because it is kind of deep as well. Would I even be able to drive in the river here? How else could you go? Not really through here. I doubt it'll fit underneath the pipeline. And I just parked myself on top of a tree stump. How did I get into this predicament? I can't get next to the thing. Unless this way. That's very deep. Looks very deep. Actually, it's not too bad. Okay, then we're going this way. Cat probably can't really go here because it's too deep water. I feel like I made a huge mistake. Please don't get dramatically stuck on anything. Pretty much like you're doing now. Oh, this was a bad idea. Come on. It's not too late, I can still reverse and put it back where it was. But I feel like I'm committed, even though I'm not really committed. I'm not looking forward to any of this. Maybe. Big ol' yank. Yeah. Now I guess we're committed. It's hard to say if off-road tires would help very much, because it's... very often off-road tires don't seem to help on rocks like this. I think the chains are still marginally better. Maybe that was the worst. Because this is all much more clear. Yeah, worked eventually. I'm not really sure where I should leave the river. But I guess it'll have to be somewhere here. Like up here, maybe? Yeah, more rocks. Pretty big rocks at that. Don't know what I did. I could like... no. Quite the predicament. I'm trying to push it back so I can try to steer it around the rocks. Or that. Okay, wait. Need to position myself first. Like so. That is a big rock in front of the rear wheels. Damn it. Nope. I'm just pushing it back and forth along with the truck. Maybe left. Yep, yep. Come on, sir. There's gonna be a hideous physics-related accident. Went the wrong way. It is going forwards, inch by inch. Okay, okay. Yeah, now I'm suffering because the chains don't really work well in snow. Why did you stop? Like the nose might be digging in too much. No. It's stuck on rocks again. It's hard to see. Okay. Bit of movement. A bit more movement. This was just all around very poorly planned. Can I still reach? Yeah, maybe. Just get out as far as I can while still being in range for the winch. Can you imagine if that thing falls over now? She's too heavy, Captain. No offense. Yep, that still works. Come on. So close. I'm a bit scared to let go of the winch because it'll just roll back down the hill. Nope. Surely this has to work with enough brute force. Oh, well. That's not good. Might have to go get the cat. But I really don't want to because it's pretty much out. Yep, 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 yep. I still can't winch it. If I winch, I just pull myself closer to it. Still not as bad as I remember the first time. Excuse me. Just as a check, see if the 8-ball thing even works. Well, I guess it does work. And just to make sure if it works on Twitch as well. Outlook not so good. Oh, wait. That's interesting. They should be separate. But if I ask the 8-ball a question on Twitch, it also sends a result to YouTube, which should not be happening. And I think I know why that is. Just if it is caused by what I think it is, it should be easy to fix in a minute. I try not to mess too much with stream technical things while streaming, but I know I'll forget if I don't do it now, and then in the time it would take me to make a note in my phone or whatever that I should fix it, I can just fix it. Don't need to refuel. I never used this dairy longhorn much at all. Which I can only assume means it's not very good, or I didn't like it very much when I tried it several years ago. From memory, it doesn't have a lot of add-on options, maybe just high saddle. So yeah, I'll have to check it out as it crashes into my butt. My royal behind. Okay. Recover. Recover. Let's see what all the hoopla is about. Off-road gearbox, as you'd expect. No raised suspension. One available upgrade, one to be found upgrade, engine upgrade. Chains. Hey Ocho, how are you? Nice to see you. I just went through the absolute slog of trying to get this beast out of the river. I do like me a good military truck, which surely this must be. Yeah, very expensive winch. Snorkel, but yeah. It's a semi-trailer only kind of truck, which can still be useful. I'm thinking specifically for... where was it? This big trailer thing, which I'll have to do at some point. Because assuming that also needs to go to the port in North, whatever it's called. Is it called North Port? Only got one contract left in Alaska. Nice. Are you looking forward to being done with Alaska? Or is it going to be a sad goodbye? But yeah, assuming this trail has to go to Northport, it'll have to go along quite a bit of icy roads. I could use the White Western with high saddle, but for some reason it doesn't really feel appropriate. Maybe that's a good chance to use that dairy. If I use it for anything. Any color options? Blue camo. Looking forward to moving on. Yeah, I think we talked about this. I don't know specifically if you were there, but I remember a conversation about the various stages you go through with each map. Like the first stage where everything is new, then you struggle with everything, then most things become easier, and then towards the end you're just grinding to get it over with. Gotta be blue, right? Or a pink. A pink dairy longhorn. Very tempting, not gonna lie. But there aren't many trucks that can have some kind of camo paint job. I think I still want to stick with the blue. If there were a pink camo, that would be ideal. But we need money first anyway, because we can barely afford any upgrades for it. Okay. I. 'Cause. 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 'C This I want to postpone because I don't have fond memories of this specific contest. I think I ended up doing it in the ANK eventually. Maybe the cat. Not sure. But yeah, I guess I should do this next. Excuse me. I did have something to eat earlier. But yeah, we need concrete blocks, which we can get from here. It's just a 2-slot bed and then small pipes, which I'd rather not get from here. But those are just two. I haven't used the White Western or the Fleet Star today, so let's get those over here. Nope. What did I do? Northport. Gonna be a bit tight, but this is most likely gonna be the last thing I do for today. With a good chance that I'll stream some more later. It's currently 4:35. We have to go grocery shopping, then make dinner, eat dinner. But there should be time afterwards. I was thinking, for the sake of being in Alaska, I should use any of these. Either of these. I prefer the white, but overall I prefer this one. Retain, switch maps back to here. And work it out. Yep. Select the right thing before I get all confused. Oh, it's just one concrete blocks. I thought it said 2. Promising starts. I know I'm going too fast. Anything faster than this speed, I'd say, is generally too fast for the game. I've said it at the start, but I don't know if there was anyone there then. There should be at least one stream tomorrow. Ideally 2, just like today. I mean, that's assuming there will be a second one today, but I'll do my best. In any case, at least one tomorrow as well. Likely none on Sunday. If I get to stream on Sunday, it's gonna be in the evening, so it remains to be seen. Yeah, one of these. And then for the small pipes, unless I change my mind in the next 5 minutes, I am gonna go get the small pipes in Mountain River. Maybe that's a bit of an overreaction. I'm just not really sure how difficult it's gonna be if I would get them here from that other marker that just disappeared. That one. I know that from the factory in Mountain River, where you can also get small pipes, it's only iced roads. No off-roading required, which seems like the way to go. So that's that. Just to make sure. Because yeah, you would have to go through here, which is kind of annoying. Doesn't look too difficult. But why risk it? I feel like I say it every time, but if there's a second stream later today, there is a real chance it's going to be more SnowRunner. There are other games which I also like to play. I've gotten into ATS in the course of the week. It's quite a bit more difficult than ETS. Mostly because of just how the American trucks handle. Yeah, we need to go there. Just one safety marker. Also, maybe a bit more exciting news, depending on who you ask. I bought my first truck in ETS2. It is a DAF. I forget the model. But I had like 150 to 200 grand, I think, to spend. So, yeah. Got a DAF. And immediately installed the camera mirrors. It had an option for a different front mirror, but wasn't unlocked yet, so I'm not sure what that is. I assume it's going to be a camera front mirror, which I haven't tried yet. And some other upgrades, I forget exactly. Some interior things just to make it look a bit nicer. The camera mirrors, also the chassis. I went with the, I want to say FTN chassis, the 6-wheel one. There were 2 available. I didn't know the difference. I googled it. My sources said that the more expensive one was better because it had a tighter turning radius. So I just went with that one. Uninformed as usual. Yeah, I think maybe it makes sense to divide the games a bit over the streams this weekend. Was small pipes, right? I don't know why it didn't track. Probably because I didn't actually track it. Yeah, small pipes. What was I saying? Hello, whoa. MC Lovin is back. McLovin is back. Hard to say which of the two. Welcome. SnowRunner is the one game that never gets old. That's mostly true. I find it does get old if you really play it every day for several hours like I have done in the past. But yeah. Generally, I'm inclined to agree. It's just, there's more content than I'm likely to ever see. $200 hours. Nice. I checked earlier just because I was talking to someone about it. On PlayStation, where I've been playing for, I mean, it's been a bit more on and off, but I have owned the game for 4, maybe 5 years. I'm currently at 410 hours, which is really not that much, considering how many years I've owned the game. It's just, there have been times of 6 months to a year where I didn't play at all. Yep, I don't think I finished my thought. So, if there's another stream tonight, and at least one more tomorrow, I don't really know if I'll be playing SnowRunner for all of them. There might be some ETS2 in there, some ATS. which are fairly similar, I suppose, to SnowRunner, but also Cairn, which is a rock climbing game. Where I would like to get 100%. I recently finished it. It was a very nice experience, though very frustrating at times, but play through it once. I would like to get 100% on Steam, which is just a few more, well, more like a dozen or so achievements still to go. Would be nice if I could do that on stream, and also the most difficult game mode. I would like to finish the game in that mode on stream if I can, eventually. Okay. Apologies for the noises. I think I'm getting hungry again. Weather forecasts, I'm gonna leave for now. So that's pretty much it for this map. I believe there was still some stuff to do here. Yeah, 2 contests, 2 tasks. This shouldn't be too difficult if you go... well, you could go 2 ways, I guess. Up the road, down to bypass this, and then through here, or through here, which might be a bit more difficult. And this thing seems deceptively easy. Because we'd probably get it out this way with chains. And then it's just up the road. But yeah, that's gonna do it for now. Almost 5. I need to go to the store for groceries. I still need to eat dinner. I'll try to be back somewhere between 7 and 8. I think that should be doable. Let's say 8 at the latest. And then I have another 2 or 3 hours, depending on when my wife wants to go to bed. Because my desk is in the bedroom. So yeah, I don't always have free reign of when I stream. That'll all change soon, in a few months when we move, and I'll have my own space for all my crap. But yeah. Thank you for hanging. Thank you, Jaido. I remembered how to pronounce the name. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for chatting. Thank you for the follows to new followers or subscribers if you're on YouTube. Different terminology, same thing. Yeah, thank you. I'll catch you later. Bye-bye.